Hello again, viewers, and greetings, fellow space travelers. This, oh, this is Thorn of Night, and welcome back to the Performium Wild SMP, where today I'm going to be doing some more work on the Menger Sponge because I'm so close to getting the first Tier 4 completely built that I kind of want to push for it. Maybe that's what this week will be, finishing the Tier 4s. But I wanted to start the episode here in front of the composters because I want you to see how steadily it's just going through and doing stuff. And you can see it composting nicely behind me. In fact, let's go ahead. Hello, George. Hello, Johnny. Hello, Cuddles. Let's see here. Ah, it's been emptied recently. There we go. We have had a glow burying event recently, and also the cactus is staying ahead of the game. Even with the glowberry harvest, the cactus is not backing up there. I do need to set up the proper output for the just regular cactus to be put into storage, which is somewhere here. Regular cactus there. That's fine. And then this could be the green dye, or you know, it doesn't have to automatically be cooked. I could just have some in reserve for turning into green dye. So honestly, that doesn't really matter too much. But because those are full, the hoppers don't take anything in, and so it just pushes it over here, and everything cactus just ends up in this tube. And it's working just fine. Well, not everything cactus. Everything overflow from those two. Everything from in here, however, is different. Story altogether. This tends to stay full. What was I going to say there? Tends to stay full. There we go. But I just wish there was a solution for this. Some sort of way so that we could prevent the kelp from growing up and waterlogging a new layer into source blocks and then filling it with kelp. So that we can more easily harvest the kelp. I haven't been doing it because it's annoying, and I ought to be doing it because I have some plans for the kelp blocks, dried kelp blocks. And I will not forget the news. I have the news to share here in a bit, but first, before I do that, I wanted to say click over here on this, click on this. I wanted to say thank you to Elmaze 11, Zogma Infinium, Sean, Robert Kemp, Little Cuddles, and XBlaze Ninja Zero for helping to support this channel by pledging an amount monthly on Patreon to help make things run more smoothly and make it so that I can, you know, afford new headphones if these can't be fixed with just Gorilla Tape anymore and that sort of thing. And there goes Cuddles up the elevator. But yeah, absolutely thank you to everyone who's able to help. I understand that money is precious, and it is equally precious to me. And so being able to have a little that you can give to another person to say thanks for doing things, it feels good to be on the receiving end of that. And it also does help. So if you want to help support, I have a link to my Patreon down below, and also Streamlabs. If you do decide to donate through Streamlabs, you get a little a sound that plays in a little animation, same sort of thing set up for when people subscribe during my streams and that sort of thing. But Patreon is the one that I have this for, and the Streamlabs is just a little one-off deal. Let's see here. Hide this and hide that. Minimize this. I've changed the system font size for my computer so that on my left, my larger monitor, my main screen, I can, read the clock and stuff like that because it's a much higher resolution. So it's a tiny, tiny little font. And because of upping the font on that, I couldn't just up the font on one screen. It had to go to both. And so now everything on my right screen, my Streamlabs and Discord screen and all that, all of the text is gigantic. And there's no middle ground. So it's either illegible on the left and just fine on the right, or legible on the left and too big on the right. The only solution would be to get another screen, and I'm not going to do that because this works just fine. But anyway, let's see here. I have a piece of good news, a piece of fantastic news, in fact. Oh, well, I mean, it shows up as YouTube on the tab list. He did do that, but it doesn't put me above the other the clubs. But he did return the YouTube to the tab list, so that's important, and that's really all that matters to me. I don't care if I show up in front of everyone who's MVP or whatever. Let them have their day in the sun. And there's the Cuddles, who is the superhero of the server with her Diamond Club. We got Diamond Club so that we could so we could teleport instantly. That's the only reason we got it. Got it for a year. 25,000 gems to be able to teleport instantly for a year. I think it's worth it. You think it's worth it, Cuddles? I think it's worth it. But yeah, I was back and forth with some a ticket submission, and they said, well, we can't do anything. Why don't you go ask for help on the Performium Discord content creator channel. Okay, sure. So I did, and I posted an @RGA, and he got back to me. And let's see here. Doop, 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 doop. It says there's a second tier of creators which basically inherits that top rank, and that's why Bro the Pro doesn't get overridden. I feel like for as long as you've been around, I'd have no problem bumping you up, because he does remember that I've been having to be the guinea pig for experimentation for title, rank, and role. I think it was the third category back then, but whatever. There were titles, there were ranks, and there was another category, and he was trying to implement YouTube back then in 2018, and it seemed like every single week there was a new issue. And so he just said, I give up, I give up. I can't fix it. I don't know what to do. I'm baffled, and that's where it just lay forever. And now there's a new system, and I'm a YouTuber again, and so now there's new bafflement. But yeah, the clubs still show up above, but that's irrelevant to me. What matters to me is that all of my name tags say YouTube. Hello, YouTube name tag. And you are name tag. And I think you are dog meat. And I have Leica over on a bridge here. Hello, Leica. Leica is the name of the first dog in space. That's where I got that name. This is just a random bridge out in the remnants of a jungle. What there is of the jungle. Just a little random bridge. There used to be a lot more tree growth in this area. Like, this was all trees, but I needed some jungle logs. So I came through and deforested, and while I was here, I saw this gap. Little bridge, not much. It's not much, but I call it very little. Anyway, let's see here. Home. Well, I can just go home. Well, home dono. Let's see if there's anything in here. Oh my, there is. Why did I close that? Let's go player vault 3. Oh. Right. Player vault 10? No. Home warehouse. I have a solution. Come down here and there we go. Storage. Look at all that lovely storage. Because this is all full shulkers of chiseled deep slate. Okay, let's go home. Cube. Well, actually, let's go back to home dono again. And just see, off chance. Nope, they have not been on. 12 days. I believe in them. I have no choice but to believe that they will come back and declaim or unclaim that. One other piece of exciting news, and this happened from yesterday's, or not yesterday, but Wednesday's stream, last Wednesday. Dino came on and for 1,000 gems, which is nothing really, sold me their Spawn Road plot, which is down this way somewhere. This is, yeah, that's Iambic Spider. I have no chance of going through there. But here we go. This is now my spot. First spot on the right on Emerald Road. But what I was thinking is I could make a little bit more of an extension, get a hold of maybe Deadman or a couple other people, probably not Shy Clown, but definitely Popcorn Cool, and make a path that comes over through this way. Well, first off, it comes that way and goes around back and connects over to my my Menger cube. But also comes over this way. Talk to Ruby, have a little tunnel installed that comes around back through here. And then, oh wait, what's this? Ah, oh, Shy Clown, what did you find? What's there? What's that size? What would that be? That's not a deep dark gate. That's something else. What would that be? Oh well. Can't go through there. I might have to just try to get a hold of Shy Clown. But anyway, I was going to use this little route here, that's funny, to wind my way back toward the Undercity build and have a road that just connects from Spawn to the Menger Sponge to Undercity, just one giant network of road that is not the main Spawn roads, but that's going to be a future project. I don't even know if I'll be able to get a hold of Shy Clown and see if Ruby and Popcorn Cool would even be able to or willing to help out with that. We'll see, but I'm not going to be counting my eggs just yet. I never noticed this wall. What is the point of this wall? Obviously it divides. Is there another wall over on there is. Why are there walls? Interesting. Oh, also, Banish wanted me to come see their place, or their work. Let's see here. Banish. Let me, oh my goodness. See your progress you wanted to show me. TPA, Vanish. Also, say hi to Stream. Speaking of Stream, I will not be doing Fallout Shelter today. That way I can have a little bit more sanity, something more relaxing, and so I can focus more on the build. So you've dug all of this out, and now you're working on this down here. Look at you go. You have some coal ore just sitting here. I don't know if this is meant to be here. And let me give you this. Doesn't seem like that's the sort of thing that you would want to let go fallow. But yeah, nice big old thing here. I was tossing around the idea of working on my liminal space home dig site and doing some more mining down here, but I want to work on the Menger Sponge today. This project is enormous and will take a long time to do. It's not going anywhere, and I figure the Menger Sponge is the more public eye kind of project anyway. So this will be here. It'll be okay. I'm not worried. I missed a hole. Let's grab one of you and go /stone cutter. Put you in. Get you out. This is supposed to be there. And why not? Let's just put these here. They're going there anyway. Home Cube 1. A time at noon. The weather clear. It's always sunny in Wild Delphia. No. So last time I finished this off. Yeah. I got it all done. As I recall, there were issues with blocks vanishing as I was placing them for a while. I did not see any evidence of that after I went back through and looked even after the stream. So I think it's all okay, but I'm gonna have to keep an eye out, and I'm gonna have to also watch and make sure it's not happening again, because that was a bit on the frustrating side. Doing something over here. There we go. All right. So here we have the last 9 layers, and then I will finish. Wow, I will finish off the first 3 tier 4 Menger Sponges. big project. That'll be 3 out of 20. Now, the amount of blocks that have gone into these, 160,000 for each of the tier 4s. All the rest back here probably amounts to at least another 2 of them. Cuddles has been helping tremendously back here, and everything that she... Oh, I see what she means. Ah, okay. So a couple of these were off. Here, let me fix this one for her. Let's see, this one is that, and yes, okay. Let's just go ahead and fix this. It's real easy to mess the counts up, especially if you're getting exhausted and you've got a lot going on. And I have no problem fixing this. It's the least I could do for all the help she offers. Now, I think I dropped some. Yeah, I dropped plenty. And there's some more. And that looks good. Why, hello, Cuddles. Oops. Another reason why I don't want to have Fallout Shelter going today is because I'm at a sort of critical stage with my dwellers where I need to babysit who's going where at almost all times. And so I don't want to split my focus too much in their direction. So this 3x3x3 one, actually here, let me look at it over here. This right here is a tier 1 Menger Sponge. A single block is what's called a tier 0. 0 iterations, it is just the base unit. Tier 1 has had the centers stripped from all directions and is an actual Menger Sponge. And then tier 2 is effectively a Menger Sponge of larger size made out of a bunch of tier 1 Menger sponges. Oops. And so this whole thing here, 9 by 9 by 9, is a tier 2 Menger sponge. Tier 3 would be 27 on a side, and then tier 4 would be 81 on a side. And then tier 5, which is what this whole thing is going to end up being, is a 243 by 243 by 243 behemoth. And there's someone who has decided that trunk rattle is the way to go, and they are listening to outlandishly loud music. And then I will put the torches here. And here. There we go. Ah, she's over here working on that one. Yeah, when you get away from this wall here, it does become slightly harder to eyeball and go, all right, what layer am I supposed to be for this? Because I'm working right here and I'm butted right against this wall. And so I get to see exactly where I am. This hole is in the same height range as that hole. That hole is the same height off the ground as that one, same as this and this. So I can have that vertical reference. Way over there, there is no vertical reference. Nothing to feel bad about. Okay. Once I... Oh, right. Killed a spider, that's right. So I'm just gonna start on the bottom and build my way up. A large portion of this is already done because past me filled in the blocks that are just going to be continuous. And the problem with having done that for present me is that now I have to work around it, but that's not a big deal. It's just a whole bunch of placing in between stuff. Oh, you know what? I could do this number here. Aha! I will not mock someone for being named Caden, or Braden, or Aiden, or Jaden, or any of the Aidens. It is the parents who need to be mocked. I don't even know what started that trend. That name arrangement just kind of appeared one year. What? Oh. I know what's going on. Can't open it because the lid was stuck. There we go. The only thing with this is I have to periodically make sure that holes line up with holes. So on the category of idle games like Fallout Shelter, whoa, that was a weird little, okay now. Mouse, you can stop doing that anytime. There we go. Fallout Shelter is my stepping stone, that's right. I have, I won't say an unhealthy addiction, but I will say that I have a deep interest in clicker games, idle games, incremental games, and that sort of thing. And recently, I have been introduced because of none other than X-Blaze Ninja Zero to a game called Pincremental, which is a pinball incremental game, free on Steam. And I have confirmed that the person who developed it did make the layout such that if you go in the order of how the bonuses and boosts and all that kind of stuff appear in list form from top to bottom, you're going to have a much harder time than if you were to go what I feel is the more lightning bolt path. Oops. There are some strategic purchases that you can make in this game that accelerate other parts of it much more quickly. And right now I have the game running on the side. There's nothing graphically terribly fancy about it, so I'm not even going to bother bringing it up on screen. It's just some boxes with some words in it for me at this point. But I have been working towards getting this one upgrade for the last couple of days, and I have just purchased the thing that leads up to it, and so I will be periodically going over to that and making some little incremental purchases. So if you see me do this, pause, and then come over here and do some things off screen, that's what's going on. And what I'm doing is I have a certain amount of one of the game currencies that I'm trying to accrue before I reincarnate, rebirth, prestige, legendary, whatever you want to call it, reinvest. That's another good one. These games, these incremental games, run on you wiping your progress in trade for progress elsewhere. at a bigger level, and that bigger level, umbrella-wise, just makes everything that was before it that much simpler, but it comes at the cost of effectively starting from scratch again, but it's with a huge advantage by comparison. And that is right where I am. I'm on that precipice of this huge automation advantage. And buried in the 5th tier of investments, I am able to finally purchase this thing called the Arcade Multi Triple Points automatically. So I don't have to buy this over and over and over again manually. Once I get to this point where I'm earning these, I can let this game run and go to bed and come back, and I will have been making buku bucks. Made some iced coffee yesterday. And it is absolutely delicious. Chocolate caramel iced coffee. Wait, what's going on? Wait, what? Vanish, what do you need Deep Slate for? I don't think your shopping list that you had me transcribe for you calls for Deep Slate, does it? Maybe it does. Maybe I'm imagining. Okay, let me... No, don't land. Get my toes floating above this. There we go. Ah, okay. You need it for a different part of your base. I just wanted to make sure that you hadn't been confused because of the blackstone. I'm pretty sure that that's just plain blackstone that you need for that one shopping list. Vanish is, doing one of those build guide tutorials, I presume from YouTube. And has a bit of a shopping list, including 27,980 of, I believe, stone bricks. That is 16 shulkers and about 6 stacks of blocks. Or if you don't want to go shoulder, you want to measure in double chest, it is 8 dub chests and about 6 stacks, either way, of just that one block. It is not huge compared to many of the other projects that I worked on, but it is also not a small job. That diorite castle that I made was pretty sizable, and it used an enormous amount of blocks. I didn't bother keeping track of how many because there was so very much diorite supplied that I didn't need to count. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, so it was here. Whew. Okay. Wait a minute, what's going on? It was in the bottom as well. Of course it was. So that's right. And this comes out. And that comes out. No, this comes out. Oh boy. It was earlier than that even. Oh no. Did I just work the whole row? All the way to here. Okay. This might be simpler to just dig the whole... Okay, come on now. Dig the whole layer out. To get cobbled deep slate, you must use just a regular pick and not silk. Okay. Let's see if I can do this without making the oops. Oh, I also need to dig out back to there. There we go. Are these lined up? Good, these are lined up. There, that wasn't too easy. prime example of how to get ahead of oneself. I have this design living in my head. I used to draw this as doodles on paper in school, and I wrote programs which would draft this and all that kind of stuff, and I still mess it up. Nothing to be embarrassed about. Derps just happen. Let's just make sure that okay, yeah, that looks good. Ah, yes, this thing over here. Do a little bit of clicking, and then let it run some more. Just like with any other sort of incremental and clicker game, in order to get the initial wave of points that you need to start making your purchases, you have to actually play the game. You can't just let it run and idle. And in order to play the game, there's an actual rudimentary pinball machine that you get to try to play. It has weird friction physics, and gravity is a little funny, and blocks move in random, or not blocks, pixels move in random ways. So if you hit the same spot with the ball, exactly the same spot, it won't always bounce in the same direction. And so it programmed into it as a way for it not to get stuck in a loop, which is great, but it does make actual pinball mechanics, if you're expecting to enjoy a good game of pinball, it makes it very difficult. So difficult, in fact, one of the highest achievements in the game is to get 500 pinball hits in one game. Whereas with a good, predictable physics and well set up pinball machine, like I think there used to be an Apogee game that had like a bunch of different pinball games. My favorite one, of course, was Dinosaurs. And it was not uncommon once you got into the groove of things to get 1,000 hits in one game before you dropped the ball the first time, and you get millions of points. But with this game, 500 points in one session, or 500 hits, is just amazing. It is an achievement. And the highest I've gotten is 209. I think Cuddles has managed to get 265 hits in one game. And that's just stupendous. That is a huge number for this game. There we go. So let me make this little purchase over here. Buy these favors. And then come down here, purchase this, purchase that, get that going. 237. Oh, you know what I didn't do? Let's come over here, click on Discord, grab the link from my FAQ channel. I absolutely neglected to post about my stream. How do I want to word this? There we go. Do this. Let's go over to Candy. And let's see if it does that thing. I'll catch it one of these times. Move over here. Paste. And back to wild. Well, it didn't do the thing. I'm not going to complain. This Pincremental game comes with 97 Steam achievements, which, interestingly enough, isn't all that unheard of for a Steam clicker game. I've seen many more than that in just a single title, so I'm not shocked. But with this game, I have managed to get, let's see here. If I do this and I minimize that and I click over here, I have managed to get 66 out of 97. I still have 31 more achievements to go. And among those achievements is one for getting 300 points, or I'm sorry, hits in one game, 400 hits, and 500 hits. So there's 3 of them right there. Just getting to 500, that's 3 achievements. And I bet those are going to be the last ones I get. Unless, further down the line, there are boosts that let you get more lives. But with these sorts of games, it's all about min-maxing. Well, min-maxing and knowing when to idle and when to shut down. I probably could just add this game into the corner so you can see a little pinball action. Let me finish this layer of this row, and then I'll try to add it. That way there's a little something going on in the top corner. Wait a minute. Holy smokes. Whoa. I just realized something. My high score, my lifetime high score of hits, 302. I must have gotten the next 100. Because last I looked, it was 209. That's what I got manually. It was 209. So I must have gotten another 100 while I wasn't looking. But let's come over here. Let's go sources, add, game capture, add source, add a new source. I call it incremental. Well, the highest I could get off of auto paddles was something like 130 or 140, something like that. It wasn't until I turned the auto paddles off that I was able to manually get the 209, because it slaps both paddles at the same time, and sometimes when the ball goes from one side to another, it bounces wrongly off of the other paddle and goes under instead. But let's see here. Add the source, incremental. Let's go auto capture specific window. Let's capture this and go close. Let's shrink you down to here, and then move it up to there on the stream. Lock it in place, and there we go. Now you can see what I'm doing. Yours don't flick at the same time? What? Is there a setting? Timing stats? No. Oh, they are. Okay, I was confused there for a second. All right. Or not confused, concerned. You were confused. There we go. 100 shares. Let's just go ahead and go purchase, 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 purchase. And I still need to get one more thing from here. So what I've done is I've made it so that air bubble. So that these things are automatically getting purchased, but this one right here, I have to manually click on. That's what these purchases do. But on the next tier up, if I make the purchases over here, these automatically do stuff at lower tiers. And then this does stuff on the 5 or the 4 lower tiers below it. And then this will do stuff on the 5 tiers. There is a leaderboard, and let's go. It's not showing up, but you can look at the leaderboard based on how much mana you're producing. And I'm not producing any mana whatsoever, because I haven't done that yet. I have not even finished this up. Oh, there's a zombie who wants to play. There we go. Let's buy this. Click on that purchase and let it run for a while. But this one right here, the arcade multi triple points, that's the one that I recently made the purchase of to make my life a lot easier. All right. So we have... Okay, I did that. Now it's this. In completely unrelated news to anything on the games, well, I suppose it impacts the games, but it's not related to them. While I believe my hand is on the mend, it doesn't really feel much better. I still have the huge twinges of pain and find myself needing to lean heavy into the occasional ibuprofen. This doesn't feel like joint pain, not even in the slightest. This feels like connective tissue pain. And I was hoping that with as much as I've been just keeping it in the wrist brace for the last several weeks, that it would start to feel improved by now. But I think I had a false start on the healing, and it's not quite where I thought it was, which is frustrating. I was hoping to maybe mow the lawn next weekend, but I might not be able to because it do be hurting. Keeping it flat and immobile is generally okay. Like, I'm not having any pain while WASDing like this. But when I go to type, like when I go to work on one of my books, or when I go to write anything complicated, more so than just the direction buttons, WASD, my wrist on the top, it hurts. I don't like it. How's my foot? My foot all the way back to better. It was just a temporary little strain. I wouldn't even call it a sprain, just a strain. A T, not a P. And it was on the inside above the arch in front of the heel. It was just a small little area. I think what happened is I just stepped wrong going either up or down the stairs, and it made my body say no. But I kept my foot brace on for 2 days, something like that, maybe 3, and all better, just fine. Went walking to go do some shopping today, ran out of bagels, got a few more things, and it was just fine. Thank you for asking. Also, welcome back, George. $140 shares, that's enough for me to do this, make this purchase. All that's good. Cool. All right. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I didn't do these. Let me see what you found there, Banish. Ah, no. Well, sort of. It's not the White House per se. If you come over to this far end of it over here, you find Diamond Road, and this is Skidmore's Grinders. Which don't always work. Like the Blaze Grinder here, if you stand here, it's not always gonna produce mobs. There should be mobs by now. I hear these, and I bet this one's also not gonna work right. But the blazes just don't seem to be working for whatever reason. He has them up too high. You have to... Oh no. What a terrible design flaw. So rip if you don't have fly. Oh, if you want to use grinders, the best grinders are the ones that Lord Poke and Smokey have over on Redstone Road. They actually work and have almost all the mobs. Here, let me home grinders. TPA here, banish. Oh, stupid timer. Thorns isn't too bad, but you have to go looking for it. The screen lets you know you're alive. Alright, you just fall down the bouncy hole once, and then twice. And then down here, make sure you're actually following. There you go. Down here you've got both kinds of spiders. You have zombies, you have creepers, skeletons, witches. You can't actually get the guardians. It's automatic. There are shops, but I don't think the shops automatically fill. Anyway, there's Vindicators and Evokers. There's Drowned. There's Wither Skeletons. There's Endermen. There's Magma Cubes. And down here, there are Ghasts. You can set home up top. If you have a bed, you can use your bed to teleport back home, and then all the way up top there is a set home place. That way you can have a set home here, and then when you're done you just go drown in a puddle somewhere and you're back home at your bed. But that only works if you have a bed. So you set home and then bed. Set home and bed. Because keep inventory is on, you never have to worry about losing your stuff. It's a very nice. And I should have done /back, but that's okay. Where was I? I was down here. Filling in these missing ones here. Did you just receive some gem cookies? If you have received 5 gem cookies and you eat them one at a time, you will have 500 gems and you will be able to get iron rank. Did you get any errors that said invalid cookie? As long as you got long as you got no errors, then what you should do is just go to hub and come back and your rank should situate. It said your cookie has been redeemed. You should have gotten 5 cookies, I presume. Or you could do that. Yes, you need to eat one at a time, and you eat all 5, because each one is worth only 100 gems. And so if you need to get 500 gems for iron rank, then you need to eat 5 cookies. There we go. Now it looks right. And I just have to remember to do that for the rest of them properly. Cool. Now all you have to do is go gems and come up to this piece of paper here and then purchase iron rank. And if iron rank doesn't show up immediately, once again, go to hub, come back, it'll work. Okay. Welcome to iron rank and welcome to one more home. Now to make multiple homes, now you have to go set home and give it a name. Your default home is named home. So if you want to go to your original home, you just go /home, home. And to make a new home, you do set home, whatever you want to name it. Like set home grinders. Chocolate caramel coffee. Very tasty. Wow, you were so eager to get to me that you just said, haha, existence is pain. Alright, let's come over here. Bye, spider. Bye. Alright. Now will you try to get to me while I'm here? Saying no? No, you won't. I saw the cutest, the absolute cutest jumping spider video last night / this morning. I put it on my Discord. It is just adorable. Time at noon. Be weather clear. I forgot I went to Candy. That should be enough. Oh yeah, you have another vault. Another 54 stacks of things that you can just carry around. Alright, so I've been thinking about it, and what I want to do is fill in these rails first all the way across, and then go back in and fill in all the between stuff. Because if I put the blocks in down here like this, and I'm forced to stand up here, it's going to be harder for me to get the right angle to fly and do those. So I'm going to do these first, and then the in-between stuff. So that's the plan. Alright, but before I do that, let's see here. I need 392 more shares to get another favor. Alright, this is where the holes are. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Cuddles. Thank you for helping our friend. You have the advantage of tens of thousands of gems, while I am back to only being able to afford one more purchase of claim blocks. Because that's 2,700. That'll leave me less than 1,000. And long term, I'm going to be needing a lot more claim blocks. Especially if I'm making that road. I see you over there. Here, have a gift. Yeah, and that's after getting Diamond Club for a year, which was 24,999 gems, and helping me top off the rest of the way to get my Diamond Club. Which I think was, what, 12,000 gems or something like that? No insignificant amount. Things are lining up. In a way, I'm actually kind of glad that my YouTube rank doesn't supersede the other ranks on the tab list. It makes me a secret S tier YouTube rank. did I do the end cap on this one? Oh, I must have, because it's the front row. That's fine. I'll just start down here. Yeah, the whole wall here should be completely 100%. Yeah, getting gems is pretty easy. I've got 3,664, which I was down to, it was less than 100 just a few weeks ago. And I don't even think he's pushed out yet from last weekend. With all those additional tests. I got several hundred more just because of all the load testing. No more leaderboard on the minigames, on the gem minigames, which is kind of disappointing because it was something to kind of go, haha, I made it to the list. But you know what? If the trade-off is the actual minigame runs smoothly, then better not to have the leaderboard. Leaderboard's nice, but it's not a competition, really. Oh, there we go. 216 more shares. Until my next one. 176 more shares needed. Well, feather purchases he pushes out individually. Those are separate. Got something in my eye. Give me just a second here. Kamikaze eyelash or something. I love it. We're designed so great. I wonder if other animals' eyes are as sensitive to debris as ours are. Oh, taming. MC stats. My taming is 5. I'm past halfway to get to level 6. Ooh. Ooh, pepper juice in the eyes. That's no bueno. There. Speaking of vegetables and tears, I recently saw that Food Theory put out a video on how to cut onions without getting tears in your eyes, and I watched them do just attempt after attempt after attempt. First off, Matt Pat seems to be immune to it, because he'd get his face right up in the onions and nothing. But I forget the name of his coworker. I might as well call it coworker. he is particularly susceptible to the onion chemicals, and all those different methods that they were testing for cutting the onions so you don't cry and all that kind of stuff. I just don't get it. Why people insist on cutting the root part? Because that's where all the sadness lives. As long as you don't cut that, you'll never have to worry about it. Just don't touch your eyes. Did I just hear a slime? I swear I just heard a slime. Ah. You know what I didn't do? Two at once. Can I just go... This is awkward. Deep slate bricks. 4 polished deep slate. How do you make polished deep slate? 4 cobbled deep slate. Right. So now I can redeem favors. And that should put me halfway to... Well, no, that should put me at right where I want to be for... Let's see here. Auto reset for shares. And then auto reset at 100. It remembers from my last time. Cool. Now I have to do the tickets again. I have identified that I am particularly susceptible to onion crying. I walk into a room where someone has abused their vegetables and I weep. But it doesn't matter if it's red, yellow, or white onion. As long as you just don't cut into the root part, you're good. You shouldn't have to worry about it. Just don't like get your face right up on the juices. Or I guess be Matt Pat. There's a certain percentage of the population that is not susceptible to that chemical. Some of it is because of having certain kinds of eye injuries. Some of it is because of desensitization caused by wearing contacts for a long time. There are other reasons, but Some people just have a latent ability to not even be phased. Purchase these. Come back over here. I'll wait for... I'll just go ahead and do this, why not? I'll make this first purchase. And then come back. There we go. Anyone? You need cobbled deep slate. How do you look up stuff like that? /craft, and then you click on the book. If this is your crafting window, click on the book and it brings this up. And you can just search. You can search with the check mark on it. Says all the things that you can craft with what you're carrying. If it's the red X, then it's just any recipe that you're aware of. You need cobbled deep slate. Couple shulkers of it. Wait a minute. Well, I'm in the wrong spot. Let's pull from overflow. Up here? Down here. PV. Trade banish. So that thing that I purchased in Pinball, if you're paying any attention, makes it so it buys this triple point thing automatically. Nice, Cuddles. MC Topper Ballism. That should put you tied in second place. Quite the difference between 5th place and 1st, being myself. I haven't been spending a lot of time doing resource gathering. I've been mostly focusing on builds. Yeah, actually, that's a good point. Let's make a screenshot here. Let's do Orphan View, paste. That should be enough. So it doesn't get too scrunched. Let's post this on Discord. Performium. Boop and boop. GG at Cuddles. Go. So even though this incremental is a minor distraction from my building today, it's not at the level of the attention that I would need for a fallout shelter. At least where I am today. Because what I'm doing with fallout shelter at this moment is I am babysitting my dwellers that I have training some of their skills up so that I can rotate them around once it starts getting too long to train the next skill, and I swap which rooms they go in, and then I'm going to be assigning them into their appropriate rooms. I have learned that naturally the maximum happiness that a dweller can get is 75%. If you want to have a dweller have 100%, you can have them do the baby making, but that's only a temporary boost. If you want it to go up and stay up, then what you have to do is have the vault dweller in a resource room that has been successfully rushed. So the trick is you wait until room is at the lowest percent necessary, and you put in, like, just in case it's going to fail, you put in just one dweller and try to rush the room. When it gets rushed and successfully rushed, you put everyone back in, and then their happiness just goes up and stays up by 10% per successful rush. So you have to do a bit of finagling to get it to work. But the downside is if you fail a rush, the percent goes down 10%. So you have to have a room set aside for just rushing. And it affects everyone in the room. But what I want to know is why and how. I have some dwellers that are locked at 99% happiness. You want some chiseled deep slate? Banish. Oh. Tier 7 spawners, I see. Because Candy has a spawner 2.0 mechanic, which is rubbish. That's a good question. Do mobs stack on Candy? They should. And if they do, then that means that vanilla farms are just going to be a nightmare. Especially if you want to get converted villagers. I need to grab my link from over here. There we go. I remembered to do the reminder. Maybe sometime today during the stream, I will make one of my thresholds in Pincremental. That will be exciting to me. Every clicker and incremental game has its own math for the frequency that things happen, that you can make the purchases and whatnot, and so it's fun trying to find that perfect balance, because there's different kinds of scaling when it comes to numbers and leveling based on percentages and whatnot of the previous level. So let's say it takes 10 XP to get from level 1 to level 2, and then it takes 23 XP to get to level 2, or to level 3, I said that wrong. And then it takes, say, 28 XP to get to the next one, and it goes up in a measurable scale that you can do a human time span amount of work to get from one level to the next. There are different kinds of numeric progressions where you can do this. One is linear. The first one takes 1 XP, the next level takes 2 XP, and the next one 3, and so on and so forth. Then there is exponential. 2, 4, 6, 8. Who do we appreciate? Or that's still linear. Take that 6 out. 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, so on and so forth. going on? Oh, you could have kept the here. You keep the shulkers. They're yours. Have some shulkers. But anyway, there's linear, there's exponential, another one is logarithmic, and then there are some sorts of in-betweens where you have some fancy calculus to figure out from one level to the next, one tier to the next. And then some incremental games take it a step further and have varying equations to go from one to another, and different currencies scale in different ways. But the important thing is not to mix your scales. If you're doing one currency that relies on another one, and the first one is linear and the next is exponential, then there comes a point where it is going to be virtually impossible to earn enough points in one, or enough currency in one, to be able to attain the next level in the other. It's just going to be too much. Because, let's see here. Alright, here's an example. If you take one piece of paper and fold it in half, you have a 2 tall piece of paper. And then you take that and fold that in half, and you have a 4 tall piece of paper. And you keep doing this 42 times. Then you will have enough paper stacked on top of one another, because it is 2 to the power of 42, to reach from the sea level on Earth to go past the moon, I think by a few dozen thousand kilometers. Because if you take one block and put it on top, that's 2 blocks. Then you take those and put it on top, that's 4. Then 8 and 16, 32, 64, 256, and then 512. Oh, what am I doing? And that 512 is already too big for Minecraft, I believe. Let's see here. It goes from home warehouse. It goes from negative 62 all the way up to positive like 320. So it's 380. So yeah, 512 is already more than doing just the blocks within Minecraft build height. And that is just a few steps. Let's see here. Well, 2 to the power of 0 is 1. 2 to the power of 1 is 2. And then 2 to the power of 2 is 4. And then we have 8, which is 3. And then 16, which is 4. And then 32, 64, that's 6. And then 128 is 7. Oh, I did it again. I wasn't paying attention. Trying to do 2 different number things in my head. Uh, so if you're going linear, then we're only 7 blocks in. But then you compare that 7 to exponential growth, it's going to take so many of those 7s just to be able to purchase one level of the 260 or 256 that by the time you get to 10 to the power of, let's say, or 2 to the power of 10, it's no longer incomparable timescales for earning in a linear method to go from one currency to the next. There are actually a lot of games that I've played that have made this mistake. One of them is what's it called? Adventure Capitalist, I believe. Hello, creeper. I think that's what it is, or no, it's Adventure Communist, or one of those two. One of those two has mixed scaling. One's linear and one's exponential or logarithmic or something like that, and it's just ridiculous. In order to get the next tier of one thing, you would have to play for, I think someone did the math, 270,000 years to get one more point for the next point. And that's with everything maxed. It may have changed since then, but they didn't seem to be on top of their discussion boards, so I'm pretty sure it's still exactly how I left it. But it just intrigues me to see how some of these numbers can just run away with each other very quickly if a dev doesn't stay on top of scaling and testing. If they just assume, aha, this is working now, clearly it's going to work down the road, and they don't actually test it, what ends up happening is you get these super huge numbers that one can't interact with another, and you have to figure out where the roadblock is. Good games, good game developers pay attention to it. They do their own testing. They simulate gameplay so that it goes on and out, and they can see, hey, wait a minute. By the time they have 100 of this, they need a quadrillion of this in order to get 101, and that's not even doable. So I have a lot of clicker and incremental games in my Steam library, and many of them have fallen into the category of there comes a point where you cannot play anymore. Typically, those games don't have achievements. They are just little, I guess, throwaway games that a dev just put together. It got greenlit, and there you go, it's free on Steam. You can buy purchases in game to accelerate, but you couldn't even get past a certain point if you had all the money in the universe. I absolutely love incremental and clicker games. Love them to pieces. Speaking of, let's stay on top of these purchases. There we go. Wait, you got a notification that I went live? Oh, you mean through YouTube? The Discord notifications tend to push real quick. Tend to. Sometimes Dinobot acts a little funny. And I've discovered that when that happens, they are having an unexpected load on their network, and that's what causes it. Did I do top and bottom? Yes. Part of the reason, by the way, why I am so keenly interested in the math behind the clicker games and whatnot is I am slowly working on the development of one of my own. Unfortunately, some of the infrastructure is in Unity, and unless Unity decides to change what they're doing, or until Unity decides to change what they're doing with their pricing schemes, I'm going to have to rewrite from scratch a bunch of my code. Now, thankfully, I didn't rely on graphics too much for where I am. I could theoretically make... I could theoretically make it in Game Maker. Let's see here. Does Game Maker use Unity? So Game Maker it uses completely outside of Unity. I could theoretically do it in Game Maker. I have a number of game making software that I can lean on. I have at least a half dozen versions of RPG Maker, but there's a huge limitation for RPG Maker for what I'm hoping to accomplish with my games, so I'm going to have to look elsewhere. And I'll just trade. You need 10 stacks, you say? You have helped me with stuff, so you get containers and overstock. Use it for other things. The holes line up still. Awesome. Anyway, as I was saying, I have been, over the last few years, I've been collecting math for scaling different things, and there is a mechanic to incremental scaling that I have not seen any game do, that I am going to be trying to implement, and hopefully I'll get it to work right. But it's going to take a bit of behind the scenes extra coding, which thankfully I think with Game Maker I can still use C#, C+, and a number of other things, Java, some other stuff, to do some behind the scenes coding. So I don't think that's going to be an issue. My biggest concern is sorry, I'm rearranging my chair. The communication over network to atomic time. I know with a couple of different programming languages, I know how to pull the atomic time from the internet and do a check and use that as a seed randomizer. I have done that on a couple of different pieces of software to make some random time that won't be reproduced. And this was important for a couple of reasons in the past for me, because one of them, I was using Dark Basic, and I had a piece of code run on boot up, but because of how and when it ran during boot up, it did it at basically the exact same time each time. And so every time I booted up the computer, I was supposed to, ideally, be getting a different outcome for this random event. But it just kept repeating and repeating and repeating, like unpleasantly so. And I couldn't figure out what it was. And I realized, oh, it's pulling from my computer clock time and not the atomic time. So that means I need to, instead of pulling from my computer time, the uptime, the timer, whatever it is for that programming language, I need to find a solution where I get the number of seconds or milliseconds or whatever from something a little bit more reliable, to something that's going to be larger scale, something that's not going to be repeatable. And then I discovered the command commands for polling the atomic times, and It was a random number each and every single time. I was so happy. Because what atomic time is how many... I'm just going to be funny and say gigaseconds. Or not gigaseconds, I guess it would be nanoseconds. How many of the increments it has been since the clock started. And it doesn't stop. The clock doesn't stop or get paused or anything like that. It just keeps on counting up. That's part of the reason behind the whole Y2K thing, is using bits to count time. Once you get outside of the bit range, it rolls over back to zeros again, and time starts at the beginning. And I think around 2050 or something like that, we're going to have a little snafu with Linux time. Let me look at that. When does that happen? Oh, I'm sorry, not 2050. It's 2038. Linux time, or is it called Unix time? Unix time. The beginning of the Unix epoch starts at January 1st, 1970 at 000. And what happens is when it wraps around and it goes from 111 or 0 and then a bajillion ones, and then it starts off with 1 and then a bajillion zeros, it becomes a negative amount of time. And that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 2 billion seconds. A little bit more than 2 billion seconds. And what will happen is it will think that the time has gone from January 19th at 3:14 in the morning of the year 2038. It will roll backwards to, let's see here, the year 1901, December 13th, at a little bit before, like an hour and a quarter until midnight. So in the year 2038, we're going to have another Y2K problem, and this is an actual bigger problem than the Y2K was. Y2K, on relative terms, is it was patchable. There was a little bit of a scare. A remote island temporarily lost contact at the moment when the Y2K was supposed to take over, and it was one of the test islands, and everyone was like, uh-oh, the fix didn't work, our infrastructure's gonna fail. And then everyone else worked just fine, and it was just a communication snafu. But with this, it's a lot larger problem. And I'm sure that there will be a workaround for it by the time it happens. But yeah, 2038, January sometime. January 19th, I think. Gonna be an interesting day. Middle of winter. So many things that rely on Unix time. Now, Unix time is not the same thing as the atomic time. The atomic time is its own separate entity, and it runs on a clock that measures the vibrations of, I think, germanium crystals. So that's immune to the whole Unix epoch issue, but it's still going to be interesting to watch that whole thing unfold. But being able to pull an actual universal time, the atomic time, might end up being some of the workaround, and have things just rely on network connection. And there are a number of large pieces of software that are slowly acclimating us to only being able to use their software if we are online. Steam has some of that. Game consoles have some of that. Phones, that sort of thing. Not entirely, but some of their stuff requires you to have to be online in order to use their software. Even if you're not logging into anything, you still have to be online. And some of that, I won't even say a large portion, but some of that is to test the viability of having people get used to being reliant on web connection in order to use programs. Because once it becomes the norm, yeah, there'll be a little bit of griping here and there, but it's just the way things have been. Which is the excuse that a lot of people use for much more terrible stuff, so being able to force people to use it for something like this might actually be handy, because we do default to it's just the way it's always been. You don't want to do your base stuff tomorrow, but why not? Okay, so I did all of these rails. Did I see a funny looking one, or was that just a funny pixel? That was a funny pixel. Okay. So now, like I did here, I need to fill in between these, and then I also need to fill in here and here and here. So I'll do these smaller in-betweens first, and then move up. It's not fun. What's not fun? The digging or the building? I just realized I could have used a much better example of counting in different number scales than just trying to talk through it. I could have just given an example by looking at this build. Because in the center I have or somewhere on the bottom, I have a 0, a 1, and a 2. Do I have a 3? I don't think I have a 3. I have a 0, 1, and 2 for sure. No, I also have a 3. And I could show those and demonstrate that they are not too vastly different from one another if you look at the scale. And then I would just look at the whole thing and say, now that's a 5. As a matter of fact, why don't I just go ahead and do that? I'll come down here. Try to find it. Where is the thing? Here it is. Okay, so it only goes to 2. So that's a 0. That's a 1. That's a 2. And 9 is not much bigger than 2. The next tier up would be 3 at 27. And 27 is not much bigger than 3 when you're comparing sizes. But then, that's a 2. And from here all the way up to build height is a 5. That is where the difference lies. 5 would be linear scaling, and the actual structure is exponential, which is blah to the power of something. That's what exponential means. So a Menger cube, if you're not counting the airspace, is, first off, it's 1 by 1 by 1. That's a 0 scale. And then it's 3 by 3 by 3. And then 9 by 9 by 9. 27 by 27 by 27. 81. And then 243. Those are the first handful of sizes but in order to get those, the first one, 0, is just 0. It's there are no iterations. It's just one block. So 3 to the power of 0 is just 1. It's one block. And any number to the power of 0 is 1. I don't care if you have a quadrillion. If it's to the power of 0, then the answer is 1. That's easy. Then the next rank up is the power of 1. So say you have 7 to the power of 1. Well, that means do 7 one time, which is just 7. And then the next rank up is 2. That's squared. So 7 times 7 is 49. And then the next tier up is cubed, which would be 7 times 7 times 7. And it just starts getting ridiculous. So the little exponent, very small. The exponential number, though, gets massive very fast. I actually don't know where a spruce forest is. I know where a couple empty birch forests are. I know where a jungle or two is. But I don't know where a spruce forest is. But even with all these empty spaces, which some of these empty spaces get pretty big in this build, it's why this tier 5 is going to take 3.2 million blocks. And that's the prime example of linear versus exponential scaling. Linear is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exponential is 3, 9, 27, 81, 243. Oh, I guess to use that information to tie back to what I was explaining previously, what happens is, with some of these games that I have found, you start off, everything is just hunky-dory. You spend 1 point, you get 1 level. Or let's say you spent 10 points and you get 1 level. And then you spend 100 points and you get level 2. And you're like, oh, okay, well that's a little bit harder, but it's still doable. I can do that in my lifetime. And then the next level, 1,000. And you're like, oh, okay, well this is getting harder, but yeah, I can still do 1,000. And then 10,000, and you're going, well, that's gonna take me a week. And then 100,000, and then 1,000,000. And you're still only level 6 or 7. And then you realize that in order to buy level 2 of something on another tier, you need to buy more of the previous tier than there are atoms in the universe. So as long as you are keeping scales typically within range of each other, like do everything in some version of a logarithmic scale, do something else in some version of everything is in the same category of linear scale. Every 7 and a third of this, you get 1 of these. That makes it much more feasible. But I didn't do this in between stuff. Then when you get the mixing, the game after a while becomes impossible to play. Oh, speaking of being trapped, let me put this in place here. I have something that I need to fiddle around with on my new claim that I got from Dino. Because I found over here, no, it's not there. Oh, found this. I don't know what this is meant to be, but they made a doorknob, or doorknob. They made a doorbell of some sort there. I had to add the button. I don't know what the original trigger was, but there's something down there. Where is the hole that leads down? Aha! There's this room down here. I have to presume that this was full of storage or something. But, I mean, there's stairs here. Oops. They go up to the dirt. I don't know what the objective of all this was. There's a strangeness to the build design. If you get far enough in here, there are these little gaps where you can go down, and that's kind of annoying. They did use this is kind of funny. They used polished basalt because it has this interesting pattern here, and you can use the polished basalt as an orientable block, and I didn't realize that, and so now I have another tile pattern that I can work with for my builds, but they used that for the middle here, but I don't know what they were doing. I don't know what Dino was up to down here, but it certainly is something. And so it has given me an idea for a very hard to look at maze. And I say maze, and I bet Cuddles goes, oh no, he said the word maze. Aha, there's, nope, that's not it. Somewhere, there it is. And I definitely lose my frames here because of this guy. All these heads and all these items on display and all these particles and everything else. Even my computer goes, ugh. I can't imagine what other people's computers do here. I get something 30 frames per second. It's stunningly low. Like, I'm standing perfectly still and I'm still not getting 60 frames per second. Obviously I have everything set to fancy, but I don't even have shaders on. This should be at 60. There's also this little room here. Don't know what it was for, but that's a lot of crying obsidian. I think there may have been an iron golem grinder here. some purchases on this game. Actually, 8 favors. Do I want to just go ahead and get the 8 favors for this so I can be halfway? I think I will. Yep, let's just start that counter over again. That way, when I get the next 8 favors, I can just outright buy that update or upgrade. So let's manually let's get them my paste. Do. Slash back. Oh, where I was going with that is there's a giant hole that I have inherited with that claim. And I'm going to have to figure out something to do with it, which is fine. I have a few ideas. Potential maze being one of them. One of several ideas. Let's see here, I need this to be 30. There we go, 1, 2, 3. And then that. And that should automatically buy this. Come on. Oops. Why am I not at multiple intervals? I mean, equal intervals. If everything's equivalent, this should be... I should be at 48 chiseled deep slate, not 47. Something is funny. Oh, I wonder if it was one of those sorts of things. And if I go back, I'll find an extra block somewhere. It's probably it. that. So for my idle game, one of the things that I have been working on in the background is making city names. And I have certain formula that I'm using for making the names, but one of the rules is nothing's going to be named after like a figure's name. So I'm not going to have like Alabama or something like that. It's going to be something like Spring Woods or Two Hills or Deer Creek or stuff like that. It's going to be generally English names, but it's going to be recognizable. I bet that's what it was. The first one is only a partial. That's what it was. It's going to be... I guess feature names? And I have a couple different naming systems planned for it, using prefixes and suffixes. And then I realized that for a smaller scale, I'm also going to want to be using street names. And I realized that I can just reuse some of those names that I have for the cities. Like, I could have one of the prefix being Oak, like Oak Hills, or Oak Creek, or whatever. I can turn it into Oak Street, Lane, Road, Avenue, Boulevard, Circle. What else is there? Now, I don't think highway is... I mean, I guess I could use highway, but that doesn't feel right. But ultimately what it means is I don't have to come up with a new list. I can just reuse an existing list, and that is great news for me. I thought I said lane. Maybe I didn't. But, you know, generic street lanes or street names. And it's all going to be in English for the, at least my end of it. I'm sure that there will need to be translations in the future. I could have, you know, first street, second, up to a reasonable amount of numbers. But Then there's also, I guess, Maine and stuff like that. But I want it to be generic. I don't want it to be named after people. I don't want it to be named after places. Yes, in the random structure, there's going to eventually be a compound word that starts with spring and ends with field, and I'm going to have a spring field show up somewhere. I'm sure of it. It won't be named after, well, where the Simpsons happens. It won't be named after the 11 states or 14 states in the US that have a spring field. It's just going to happen to be called spring field as a compound word. I am trying to come up with a reasonable list of animals to use in the naming conventions, because it wouldn't be uncommon to have, you know, Deer Creek or Beaver Ridge, but at least here in the US, it would be pretty uncommon to have, I don't know, a place named Two Gazelles or Hippopotamus Bluffs. So I'm trying to distill it down to generally very common US animals. And that's just to make my life a little easier as far as the programming is concerned, because I understand how those words work in language and where they would need to go in with the code. And I don't have to worry about stuff like, well, if I include one of the names, like if I wanted to have presidential names, which I'm not going to have proper nouns, but say if I wanted to, I could have Lincoln as a standalone town name, but then when it gets injected into the other tables, what's going to happen? Twin Lincolns, Lincoln Pines, Tall Lincoln, Lincoln Overlook, that sort of thing. It doesn't really work that way. But if I have descriptive and then location, plural, I could have, or single or plural, I could have Scenic Bluff, or Shining Cliffs, or something like that. That's easy. Those are just objects, and they are generic things. Hidden Elms. I was going to say Hidden Valley, but that would be too on the nose for, you know, the ranch dressing. But I'm trying to come up with a reasonable list of naming conventions so that I can have a huge enough pool of options to randomly make each game different. So it's going to be different quests for every playthrough, and I think instead of using a universal seed for each new quest, it's going to poll the atomic time and then use that as a seed to generate the names for the quest locations. There's a bit more to it than that going on with the quests, but I feel like I am making a little bit of headway with some of it, and thankfully making random assortments of names and stuff, that isn't going to need any unity whatsoever. That's all I can use. Heck, I can use scripting for that. I can use Java or AutoIt or something like that. I can use C+. No big deal. Anything where I could just have a pool of data and then select from it. That's easy peasy. That doesn't take anything fancy graphics wise. That's just a table. The world is ending. Oh no. Okay, let's do this. Huh. 88 dust. I don't think that's enough. No. I need... Oh! Boop. He slapped a bandage on it, is what he did. He didn't actually give me the correct rank, he just masked it. I see. Aha. Am I going to be live tomorrow? I didn't see that question. Hey, there's Piranha's avatar. I will be live tomorrow. Getting the stuff for your base. I mean, I suppose I could. I could just give you some shulkers of stone bricks, but I don't know what you mean by help you get stuff. Now, granted, I'm going to be needing stone bricks for my own builds, but if you're busily working on something, then I'll happily give you some materials. And I'll only be a little bit upsetty-sketty if you decide to stop working on it halfway through after I've given you all the materials. Let's see here. I need to do... Oh, that's what I need to do. Vote. That's why I'm flying around here. I wanted to do my voting while here in Hub. Vote, and that says Storm of Night. Vote. Yep, that worked. Vote. I am human. What? Wait, why am I? Please click on the object that appears only once. That does not scale to my monitor size. That was bizarre. Submit my vote. Okay, that worked. Username, I am human. That worked. And username. That time it worked. All 5 went through. All right. I will go back to wild. I will P time at noon. I will be weather clear. Now that alarm that went off about an hour ago, I do need to take care of it, but I didn't need to take care of it then. I do now. But I will first finish. No, you know what? I'll just go ahead and leave this here. I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. And back to work I get. This is much easier when I remember to do the middle parts. All the way up until I mess up. Okay. So I did that one, I did that one, I did that one, and now I do this one. Let me take a drink here. Oh, those items are pretty straightforward for getting. What is that? What is that? Oh, that's sea lanterns. Okay, that looks terrible on that screen. Ugh. This monitor is so awful. But it works, so unless I miraculously win the lottery or something, I'm stuck with this. Until it breaks and I can't use it anymore. At which point I will be forced to have to figure something out. And I just spent 50 bucks from my Patreon money on getting the renewed subscription for Dinobot Ultra or Premium or Plus or whatever it's called, so that I can have all the different things on my Discord. So now I have to rebuild the pot. I will say this though, when it comes to YouTube, first off, 1,972 subscribers, so it goes down, it goes up, down and up, and down and up. It's back up to over the 70 mark. But more importantly, I come down here to this tab and click on this and scroll down. 2,365 public watch hours out of 3,000. That means I only need 635 more public watch hours within a year to be able to qualify for monetizing on YouTube. Now, it's probably going to be just terrible ad revenue again. I mean, I was making, before they moved the goalposts, I was making about $4-ish a month. Come on, fall off. Or fall over, that works too. And that $4-ish a month was with thousands and thousands of views every month. So it's probably going to be peanuts again as far as the CPMs, the clicks per meal or whatever, which is clicks per thousand of ad showings or whatever that is. I'm not banking on that earning much. But what it will open up is some people don't feel comfortable with Streamlabs. Some people don't feel comfortable with Patreon. but they're just fine with doing Twitch memberships or YouTube memberships. I don't get to turn on the memberships for my channel until I meet that 3,000 public hours watched in a year mark. I do not get to do any monetizing on my channel whatsoever. All the buttons are blanked out. So once I get to that, things might escalate for the better. I'm hoping. But I first have to get lots of view time for that to happen. I'm just grateful that streams count. If they didn't count, I would be just so hosed. I can't make enough content of any rewatchable value, at the very least, in short order to be able to even come close to that 3,000 mark. If it weren't for streams, I would still be I think I was having a hard time getting past 1,750 hours watched in a year, and that's with all of my guides and everything. Now, what I would have had to do was just make a ton more guides and just focus only on that. And if I had to do that, I wouldn't be doing the streaming probably. But because the streaming works, you guys get streaming instead of videos that you watch once, and I might get retention of 2 minutes on any given video for 30 views or something like that. YouTube rewards engagement and viewership, using the chat to chat, using the like and the comments and the subscribes and sharing and all that kind of stuff drives traffic. They love traffic. Sent a better picture. Oh, that's much more legible. Ah, I don't feel myself going cross-eyed trying to look at those pictures. Thank you. You actually sent the thumbnail that first one, didn't you? Hello, Menger. And I have a suspicion that you probably did not sub. Because if you did sub while I was streaming, then that sort of thing would have happened. No, you just came on to try to get me to say some sort of racial slur by trying to pronounce your name. So I'm gonna call a duck and say you're lying. And you're just trying to troll and it doesn't work. Oh yeah, their name is weird. They deliberately named themselves that so they could try to get someone to fall for a gag of saying a racial slur if they say it fast enough. see here. Oh, let's bring this back up to the front. Boop-de-boo. And this. Ooh. A lot of clicking. There we go. I don't know what it is, but that guitar solo, I get into it as if my muscles are trying to play it. It has been so very long since I played the guitar that I'm sure I would mess up most of it, but I know generally how to go about doing the solo, and so my body's trying to do the whole haha, I'm playing a guitar movements. I bet my fingers would hurt if I were to try to pick up a guitar today. I know my wrist would, but that's for different reasons. I have no calluses on my fingers for the fretboard on a guitar anymore. Okay. Now I do the in-between parts. That, by the way, that person from earlier is one of those people that I would lump into the category that I talked about a couple months ago. The no effort troll. Like they don't even try. And it's so innocuous it might as well not even be a troll. Hey, I found a 2-star mystery box. It's got 2 stars in it, right? Or at least star dust. You know what? Let's go see what's in it. I didn't do the vote crates anyway. So vote, reward. Let's go get a reward key times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, they thought, I'm sure that they thought that they were being super clever. It's such a low threshold. I mean, it's not even worth trying to worry about banning. It's the self-correcting dummy. And that's that. Now let's go kit daily, kit weekly. I don't think is done. Oh, it is. Okay. Put that in player vault 3. No. I can put. Wait a minute. Yes. I have some of those in there. Some of these. Aha. Put some of that in there. There's feathers up there. Cookies are over here, and this is just meh. Put that there, and then put this in 30. There we go. And then kit monthly is not done. Yeah, it's 21 more days. I shouldn't have any of those. I shouldn't have any of these or these. What about this? Nope. For sure this. That was a hopper. Oh, I thought it was going to stop on the hopper again. Oh, it almost stopped on the sponges. All right. That's 8 more diamonds right there. At least didn't land on Gooberhead. A lead, okay. I mean, that's craftable, so meh. Put this in here. Enter chest, put this there. 10, 12, 15, 15. Boop, boop, boop. Now let's do mega crates. None. No mega crates. Okay. it dust only today? Yep, dust only. Not enough to do anything. Let's make some more purchases over here on this clicker game. Wow. There we go. And I believe that's all I need to do here at spawn. I still love how they force players to have to spawn here. The way they did it is they made the spawn point right here, is it? No. It's right here. If you look, you can see all the way up to the sky. There are no surface blocks until here. This is the top block on this coordinate. It forces players to have to spawn here. No accidental spawning up there. And I bet that it is solid blocks all the way down below here too. Betcha. Oop, 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 oop. Instead of hitting that, I hit that. Back. No, I wasn't flying. Okay. Back to work. Now I do need to take care of one quick thing. Give me just a moment here. All the way over here. Nope, it didn't do it. That didn't fix it either. I'm trying to get it set up so that Dinobot pings my Performium roll with the daily vote reminder. And I've tried using the @ notation, I've tried using the curly brackets notation that all the rest of their commands use. I'm gonna have to just go to the Dinobot page, or the Dinobot Discord, and just ask what gives, because it doesn't match any of the other instructions on any of their other notification rules. I've tried all the different other options, and it's not pinging the roll, it's just putting the text at Performium. And I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Clearly it's something. Alright, let's see here. And just a moment. Do. that back over there. Minimize that. This. Scroll this over. Put this back on here. Okay. Busy, busy, busy. All right. Yeah, I think this week I'm going to push to get the rest of the layers here done so that I can just have the tier 4s just finished. The first 3 of them, the first 3 solid ones. And so that I don't interfere with the steps that Cuddles is doing back in the other parts of this build. I'm just going to focus on the leading edge of the Menger Sponge and just build on top of the tier 4s, build the next layers of tier 4s. That way I have the whole front wall done, and then once the front wall is done I can go back and use it as a guide for the rest of it. That way there's not just the left wall over there, but also this whole front all the way down will be visible, so that no matter where you are, you have a chance of being able to just go in any of the 2 directions and test your alignment. I think that is the simplest route. Oh yeah, bring this back up. If your head is pounding, I suggest taking some ibuprofen or something like that. Okay. Ooh. A lot of arcades to lease. Alright, how far? So that needs 16. I have 8. So if I do this, I can click on that and I never have to do that again. Well, on this incarnation I just finished. But from now on, until I reincarnate here, I won't have to do, let's see here, I won't have to purchase this anymore, the leasing the arcades. It's just going to be automatic. That will be automatic at 100, this will be automatic, and buying these is automatic. Yes, forward progress, baby. Okay. And I know you can't really see it because I didn't make this a scalable one. I'm sorry. But know that I have progress going in the corner of my screen on one of my little incremental games that I've got. I am going to put some serious thought into a layout for having a number of incremental games going at the same time for like a clicker stream or something like that. I don't know if Fallout Shelter is going to be compatible with that because of how much time and how demanding it becomes the further along you get with the game. Because after a certain point, after you start getting feral ghouls, actually, I do know that it starts becoming a bit of a headache to stay on top of it and try to do something else at the same time. So I'm going to be compiling a list of reasonably low stress incremental clicker and idle games that I can just have in all the corners and just have a main central one, and then whenever something happens on one, I switch to it. But we'll see. I do rather enjoy these games. They enrich my brain at the very least. Give me stuff to do. Oh, I just had a bit of a nightmare thought. I wonder if there's some sort of Sudoku idle game. I don't even know how that would work. I imagine it would be quite the headache, actually. Let's do this and let it rebuild. So I need to do this one here. Have a good time, George. Talk to you when you return. Ah. I need to restock. So when it comes to building these sorts of Menger sponges, the layer that is most annoying to keep track of is the one that goes just above a large void space. So this is specifically and deliberately left empty because that's where the open channel is. But this one right here, solid line, goes all the way through. As a matter of fact, it does. Maybe this one goes all the way from this end all the way straight down to the other side. I think, maybe. And all the ones that are directly above the void space, it's easy to accidentally leave out sections because you didn't have one shortly below it. There's been a bunch of space, and unless you're paying really close attention, it is really easy to miss. Alright, let's... Should I fill this in first? Or come over here? I think I'll fill this in, and then I'll do this part over here, and then I will do the center. That seems the best option. So, this is the far end. It doesn't really matter which end I start on. Now, this is... That gets the gap there. No. That gets the gap. 2, 2, 2, 2. Okay, cool. Let's buy these upgrades instead of just letting them sit. There we go. One of the things that I find interesting about this arcade game, this pinball game, is even the strength that it comes out of the launcher is a random amount of strength every time. That's a lot of weight there for rotors. As long as you aren't doing it too fast, they shouldn't explode. The normal ghoul attack is pretty straightforward. It's not much worse than a mole rat. But the problem is, at level 40, for whatever reason, whether it's deliberate or not, there's a chance of getting these super elite feral ghouls. Or, yeah, explode, kill the zombie. I think they're all feral ghouls. The irradiated ghouls. There's a chance of getting the irradiated ones, and when that happens, they can just tear through everything, and they randomly select where they're going through your base. They don't follow a set route, so you basically have to give everyone in your base as good a gear as you can and have a huge stockpile, like 50 at least, of the Radaway once you get to level 40, because of the chance of getting the elite feral ghoul attack, the irradiated ghouls. That's why 40 is a problem. If it weren't for them, 40 would just be because your first room would deal with them. There we go. There we go. Now that this is getting automatically purchased, and this is getting automatically purchased, now I can just let this go for a while and wait until I get a bajillion. Oh, PV3, is there rotten flesh in here? There is. That's another thing. There's no consensus about whether or not it's on purpose that they skip rooms or if it's just bad code, but what is customary with anything that comes from the Elder Scrolls or Fallout universes is to say it's not a bug, it's a feature. It just workn't. Wait, I have an image for that. Minimize you. Is this it? No, that's not it. That's not it. That's not it. Is it over here? Ah, there we go. Let's go transform, stretch to screen. No. This one. Stretch to screen. There we go. It just workn't. Thanks, Todd. In Todd we trust. No, in Todd we trustn't. And yes, I deliberately used that font. Anyway, back at this. Where is... Why is Pigmental not showing anymore? There we go. That was weird. I made that it just workant image, tossed that together because I realized that if I was going to be streaming some Skyrim, I was going to be dealing with Bethesda bugs. And I needed to have an image waiting in the sidelines for the inevitable crash to desktop. And I wanted to make it as universal as possible because I also planned on streaming other Bethesda games. Not just Skyrim. Vehicles dancing the stream music. That's great. So, question about your vehicle. Does it in fact harvest the materials, process the iron it gets from the stone in just enough capacity to place and build the rail? Is that what I'm understanding? Okay, that's that part of this layer done. Now to cover up all the heat sinks. Yeah, but ejecting all the excess stuff, that's good. Yeah, it took me a long time to realize that they did away with the ejectors that they used to have, and instead it is a conveyor, I think, set to eject. Or a connector or something. That's already there. Okay. Let's look at this. It's automatically doing things. And so what I'm going to do is just let it build until I get 8 or more favors. Come back here, buy a retainer, and then start over again. And keep doing that until I get all of the last 6 retainers down here. And then I'll just let it grind and grind and grind and buy the corporate multipliers over and over again for a while. And then I will have enough just automatically happening for me to be able to afford maybe 1 or 2 purchases on this and start the whole thing again. And I am not buying this yet. This is a stacking one, and I don't think there's an end to it. I'm only going to be buying the retainers first. Okay. That's more for me to hear it with my ears than to just show you guys. Yeah, when it comes to incremental games, you have to know what each of the steps and what each of the purchases do, so that you know exactly how to set yourself up to have the option to just let it idle. And unless I'm missing something, this game doesn't have offline progress, which honestly is pretty satisfying as far as one of these games is concerned, because here, let me go back up to the very front and start up there. That way I have a clear start point, and it triggers the, oh yeah, I'm done with this round. All the other games that have offline progress, it is really easy to cheese the games. You start it up, you set your computer as being offline, you change screens, you go back, and then all of a sudden it says, in the past 30 years, you have earned this much currency. And then you spend that currency, you go back to normal time, you've already spent it, so it isn't going to be able to subtract. Timeline's back up, and Bob's your uncle. It's a pretty common thing to do, and that's why I say it's important for things that have leaderboards for like incremental games anyway, to match the time to the atomic time and not the client's computer time. It's almost easier to, well, it is easier to change your computer time and get currency that way than it is to install and use an auto clicker. Or in my case, create one. But I don't believe in AFK auto clicking. So mine, you actually have to hold the mouse button down, you're just not clicking it. Copy. So it does say how long when you, I never caught that. I don't make lots of offline progress, I know that. Maybe it's just because I'm still early in the game. Ooh. It is approaching 11:30. Ah, maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's just because I haven't actually closed it, and I've just minimized it. Maybe that's what I've done. Hello, green monster. The green monster, that is the name for the wall of ivy in baseball's Fenway Park. Which is apt because after the accidental creation of the creeper by misappropriating dimensions for a pig, the lore for the creeper is that it is a plant that gets its nutrients like a carnivore plant by killing another being by way of devastating explosion, and during that explosion it plants its seeds. And that walking noise and that hissing noise is it getting ready to do a plant pressure explosion, and it's the sound of rustling leaves and that sort of thing. So it makes even more sense to call it the green monster. Quite by happy accident. Wait, what's blue or gray? What? Hold on. I just closed mine and showed you what you get. Why yours not ugly blue? My what? Your pincremental is blue. Ah, well then maybe that's because pincremental follows dark mode. I have dark mode set on my computer for my web browsers and other software. I just have it set to dark mode. So maybe yours is responding to your environment settings, and ours is just colored to fit with dark mode. Which, if that's the case, then another feather in the cap of the dev. Settings. Ooh, that feels even better. Transparent menus on. Ooh. Oh, that's less bright too. That's more satisfying on the eyes. And I get to see the ball still going. Ooh. That's nice. Okay. Click this again, and then this. And there we go. And oops, don't do that. Don't do that. Minimize that. There. And then maximize that. There we go. Okay. I swear, if I win the lottery, I'm getting a third monitor. Gotta have goals, you know. Ooh. Crickets on the server. We have me and an AFKer. And that's basically how every server except Wild is going to be. I will say this about the old Performium and also apparently the old Skyblock network is every server had its own unique draw and appeal, and so it didn't matter if it was a 1.8 or if it was a 1.12 or whatever. You could have just as much fun on one as you could on another. There was almost an equal community on every single server because every single server had its own environment. And then they started pushing out just rehashes of all the previous servers. Let's just make it the new version. Same server, new version. And the problem with doing that is if there's nothing tying a person to a previous version, then they're just not going to play it. Yeah, the creeper. Hey, notice me. No, hey, notice me. Okay, go over here. No, you're not. You're not new here. You were here earlier trying to get me to say a racial slur. And you also didn't subscribe. So not only are you a failed troll, you're also a liar and a coward. You're the trifecta. I bet I know how you vote. I vote like this. And you thought I was talking about something else. Okay. Wait. I thought... Oh, so when you got the message earlier that I was streaming, it was late and it was through YouTube, and Dino only just now put it through? That's bizarre. For me, the Dino message went through almost immediately. The only thing I can think of is, since it came through apparently immediately for me and Cuddles and probably others, I don't know if this actually does have an effect on it, but maybe it's because multiple devices. I don't know. I don't know how Discord notifications work in those circumstances. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Is because it might be because having it open on phone and computer, it doesn't know what to preference. But then again, I have an issue with just my cell phone where I can send and receive messages, and then even during the time when I'm sending and receiving messages just won't go through, and then I'll get them all at once, even though during that whole time I had been on calls or getting messages or whatever. So I don't know, man. Technology do be weird. Good night, George. Bonne nuit. Gute Nacht, mein Freund. Okay, so now I do this. I think what I'm going to do is in this trench here, finish these 3 layers, and then tomorrow start with this part. And I want to see if by the end of Wednesday I can get everything done up to here. I feel like I ought to be able to. Oh, their name says Fire Shadow. I just see the first few letters and try to catch them. But they are... oh, they're dirt rank. The whole welcome being in pink text really throws me off sometimes. The new person says, "Hello, YouTube." I suppose it would be polite of me to do my new player post. All right, so this is the back. Let's go all the way back up here. Let's see here, that's 8. I will redeem, make the purchase there, and let the whole thing start again. It definitely doesn't look like I'm going to get to that one point during this during the stream for this incremental game, but there's some progress. Seems to be a lot of higher multipliers, not to be confused with Markipliers. Which are pliers that you can use for marking. Right? That's how that works. Why, thank you, Fire Shadow. This is called a Menger Sponge. It is a huge project. 3.2 million blocks. Also, welcome to the stream. Let's see here. This is doing that. I'll let this get a few more before I make that purchase. Actually, no. I want this to start counting up, so that, and then this, and then the next round I should be able to get 3 sets. I stream on this server about 15 to 20 hours a week. I do lots of other games as well. Let's see here. This gets that one right there. Okay. I tend to play casual-ish games. Listen to chill music. Every once in a while I'll play a game with a bit more action to it. But I tend to like the sort of open-ended, no real narrative games when it comes to having large, I guess, revisitable content. Like Minecraft, 7 Days to Die, your average survival crafting building game. I enjoy those. I enjoy the occasional shooter game, but I have to be in the mood for it. There's a lot more that I can do with these. There's a lot more I can do with games like Skyrim and stuff like that too. So you're liable to see stuff like that on my channel. I do play the occasional shooter games. Among my favorite are the Serious Sam franchise and the Borderlands franchise. I recently was playing, what's it called? High on Life? Sort of a weird Rick and Morty vibe kind of space shooter where your gun is alive, and it's okay. It's just I'd rather have either a story or action, not trying to cram a whole lot of both. And so for me, that sort of game is a lot less enjoyable. It's a great game. It's lovely. It's well put together. But I'm probably gonna uninstall it. I've only played like a couple hours in it. And, But when it comes to Borderlands or Serious Sam, well, there we're talking literally thousands of hours. Let's see here, Steam. Borderlands. The original Borderlands isn't on here, so that got replaced by Game of the Year. So I don't have my original Borderlands time. So that's only 182 hours for Borderlands Game of the Year. 82 Game of the Year Enhanced. Borderlands 2 is 1,062 hours, and pre-sequel is back down to only 114 hours. But that doesn't count offline gameplay. So I'm sure those numbers are higher than they actually display. So while I do like shooter games, the gameplay has to be woven nicely with the story, if there is going to be a story at all. And then I guess it also falls under the genre. Like, there's a huge, rich lore and story behind the, say, the Call of Duty franchise. And you can watch all of those, the cutscene movies on YouTube. There are channels that just dedicate straight to that. They skip all the unnecessary gameplay, because you're not missing anything. If you don't see the gameplay, all it is just, you know, someone going through and following the rails to get to the next cutscene. It's an interactive graphic novel, basically, and that's fine. But if I'm going to be playing a shooter game, I want as few interruptions to the shooting as possible. The puzzles had better be tastefully interwoven, and the movies had better be well placed and well timed. Because if you interrupt the flow of an action shooter and you pause the gameplay in the middle of, say, a fight scene to show a little movie cutscene, and then it picks right back up with the fighting, that just ruins the game for me. I will not play those games. Do I play on other servers? Technically, yes. Will I advertise them on here? No, because this is its own entity, and if I am playing on here, I will not be talking about or advertising other servers. I mean, I might occasionally talk about mine, but mine's just a private server. It's whitelisted and all that kind of stuff, and it's old anyway. I am looking into a test build for a Patreon server that's potentially going to have about 40 or so data packs, maybe 50, and maybe about 15 or 20 plugins, all to help it be a sort of an adventure game instead of just bare Minecraft, but that's going to be far distant future, and it's only going to be there for my Patreon supporters and a few select other people who have supported elsewise. But as far as other Minecraft servers, the only one I feel comfortable in talking about is not an actual Minecraft server. It's an adventure game, and it's called Windcraft. And I don't really play on that. I used to play on it a couple of times a week, but not much anymore. As a matter of fact, the last time I joined that server, it seemed like the entire infrastructure was reset, and I had to make a whole new character anyway. But as far as other servers on the Performium network, I also do not play on any other servers on this server network either. I just play exclusively here on Wild because I enjoy this server. It is where I've put all of my recent time and effort. It is where I have all of my neat stuff. And I also don't like change, so here I stay until the inevitable deletion of the server in the question mark distant future. And Preston plays, I am having a great day. And just in case Preston plays, you are Fire Shadow. Double hello, and I hope you are also having a great day. Yes, all servers do come to an end, and so does space and time. And the important thing is to do with what you have what you can while it exists. Joy comes from within. And I enjoy the heck out of doing this. Oh, well then, 2 people at the same time. Neat. I'm pretty sure Preston Plays has actually been on the in the chat of one of my past streams. The name sounds familiar. I over-aimed. No. Give me that. What do I mean 2 people at the same time? You started watching and you're talking to me here on Minecraft, and a person messaged in the stream chat, a person named Preston Plays, saying, hope you're having a good day. which means that they are probably just popping in and saying hi and maybe not continuing to watch, but I don't know. They have not responded to me saying their name, so I have to presume they just popped in to say hi. Actually, I think Preston Plays was one of the people who came on and was talking to me about maybe, oh, I think I remember. I bet that they were in on one of the Chronicon streams when I was doing the pacifist run, and they were, I think, maybe one of the ones asking if what I was doing was sort of like what Spiffing Brit does. I think that feels like the right name. Yeah, that's funny about the YouTube viewing thing. I have had in the past, I've had it say 0 people watching while there are actively 3 people talking in chat. So I give it a little breathing room and just assume that it's just going to give me whatever number it likes, and it just picks the number based on, you know, rolling dice or Ouija or something. I found a 3-star mystery box. That way I can get 3 stars worth of dust. In fact, let's go open it now. Why, hello, I see you bouncing around. Fire Shadow. It's more dust. Oh, do I have enough dust to get the next? No, I don't. Ooh. I had stopped flying. There we go. Forgot to make the game purchases. There we go. Oddly enough, while Donnie Bobe still counts as an owner, this is not really his server anymore. Donnie Bobes used to control the Skyblock network servers, but he stopped playing any semblance of the Performium / Skyblock servers. I want to say before 2020, and then we came back briefly during 2020, I think because of loneliness, and then after that, ever since then, what he has done is his own private server that he runs for just his friends, and he adds mods every so often to try to troll his friends and only his friends. And he does the ho ho I'm a clown thing. And then that's his shtick. But as far as coming on, he has joined specifically Wild. He's joined this server once, exactly once, since it was opened, and that was just a few weeks ago, and it was only for a few minutes, and it was an accidental join, and he meant to go elsewhere. And then RGA, he plays on here every week. Not necessarily Wild anymore. Although RGA does have a spawner shop that he is now probably just going to forever neglect because now candy is a thing. Alright. Oh, they're planning a troll server? Oh no. Of course. Good for them. Good for them. Alright, let's put the outline in for this. Because it's just a little past midnight. Did I just see an optical illusion? Yeah, I must have. That was weird. It looked like a block vanished and then reappeared, or maybe it did. Come on, give me just that magic pixel. Come on, right? There we go. Ow. Ow. Leave me alone. I said leave me alone. I hear you down there, sir and or madam. Oh yeah, so you are farther west. Which would explain why you're just now getting on. Oh, I went past. Yes. Okay. Now this. Come on. Yeah, I like to have sort of non-invasive music, kind of just chill stuff. I tend to not like to have words with my music unless it's tastefully done such that the words sound more like instruments than words. But I tend to just have, you know, generally chill music while I'm playing. And it's all the creator-provided stuff on YouTube, so I don't have to worry about getting a strike. And it's just I went through all of the content that YouTube has for creators, and I just handpicked, found ones that I enjoyed listening to, and I just have them in a loop that's randomized. It's about, oh, I don't know, 4.5 hours worth of songs. Something like that. Oh, I see you guys spawning over there. Oh, where could you find the playlist? It's just on my computer. Basically, I starred all the things from my channel's dashboard and then downloaded them so that I didn't have to be streaming files while I was also streaming my video because my internet isn't fantastic. So I just have the music downloaded and playing in a playlist. What is, aha. PV3, get rid of this stuff. PV2, swap these around. There. Yes. Hello. Ah, the beautiful thing about claim booms. Creepers don't go boom. Well, I mean they boom, but they don't destroy blocks. No mob griefing in a claim. I love it. Makes it so you can have a wither box. Well, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for visiting. I stream many times a week. Do subscribe. And if you want to hang out elsewise, I have a Discord. You can follow the link in the description. And just remember to pick a role. I would suggest, since you're on Performium, you could pick the Performium role. And you'll be able to stick around on the Discord and get notifications when I'm stream or when other things are going on. But thanks for visiting. Since they are skedaddling, after I finish this ring, I'm going to also finish off my stream. Because as stated, it is after midnight. And as we all know, after midnight, we gonna let it all hang out. Good night, Cuddles. Right, over just 2 gaps, good. If you can envision it, the empty space in there contains a tier 3 Menger Sponge worth of void. Same thing down there. And right there, and this contains a tier 2, and so on. Yeah, I like to think I'm knocking it out pretty well today. Not splitting my time between this and Fallout Shelter. Goodbye, Block. Has helped tremendously. especially because, like I said, where I am in Fallout Shelter, having to micromanage, I think, 14 or 15 dwellers and jockey them around from room to room, it would just be insane. Especially if I kept getting mole rat attacks and stuff like that. That would have been too much. I wanted to have a chill kind of day today, so I decided no Fallout Shelter. But Pincremental, that gets my thumbs up. It's a pretty nice game. Pretty chill. There we go. Ring is done. And I'm just going to pick up here tomorrow. I just want to push ahead and see if I can get, by the end of Wednesday, see if I can get up to there. Let's get these all done. So, I'm going to go ahead and let you guys go. Thank you very much for watching and hanging out and spending time with me and chatting and everything else. I enjoy the company. I enjoy being able to share this stuff with you and also discover and learn things along the way, whether in this game or Space Engineers or whatever. I enjoy the random topics of conversation, and I just realized, oh no! Well, I will wrap up with it. I just realized something. Let's see here. I bet you have a dad joke. There it is. What did one wall say to the other wall? I'll meet you at the corner. Thank you. Dad joke from Dinobot. Thank you, Blaze Ninja, for the dad joke. But I'm going to go ahead and let you go. Thank you very much for watching. If you have any questions, comments, or suggestions, leave them down below. If you like this stream and you like what I'm doing here, please give it a like. I appreciate it, and it does help. And if you haven't already, do go ahead and subscribe so you know when my future stuff comes out. Ring the bell and all that kind of stuff. If you also want to get notified elsewise and you want to have other things to do, I have a Discord channel. You can follow the link for that. Just remember to pick a role. And also, I have links down below for Patreon and Streamlabs if you wish to help support the channel and help me do more things and better things for you guys and with you guys. But I'm going to wrap up. Thank you once again for watching. This here is Thorn of Night. This has been the Performium Wild SMP server, which you can join by plugging in that mc.performium.net you see on the right side of the screen. And I will talk to you later.